Well, good morning everyone. Happy Wednesday. Great to have so many people in attendance for our council meeting this morning. One of our great privileges as a council is being able to recognise and celebrate the incredible achievements of our young people through our Junior Elite Athlete program. This program provides assistance to local athletes who represent our region at a regional, state or national level. And it's fantastic to see so many of you here with us this morning. Before school, I know it's a little bit of an early morning break, but I appreciate you joining us. The grant helps cover some of the costs associated with participating in these representative sporting programs, ensuring that the talent, passion and dedication of our young people can shine, no matter the distance or the discipline. Today we're delighted to recognise a number of these junior elite athletes who have achieved outstanding success in their respective sports. So before we get going, let's take a moment to congratulate each of them on their hard work, commitment and sporting excellence. Okay, I'd like to call you up one by one to receive your certificate of thanks. So first is Kane Higgins for the 10 to 19 years cross country state championships. Next is Adelaide Sanders, 10 to 12 years girls football state championships. Axel Yuskin, Hancock short course swimming championships. Ellie Gerrand, under 15 boys futsal New Zealand tour. Reid Martin, Australian Optimist Dinghy Sailing Championships. Rory Martin, Australian Optimist Dinghy Sailing Championships. Ben Hope, 13 to 15 years Queensland Cricket Championships. Evelyn Doherty, Queensland Sprint Swimming Championships. Declan DeShira, Queensland Sprint Swimming Championships. Eloise Chigwidden, Queensland State Swimming Championships. Lucas Korosek, Queensland State Swimming Championships. Jax Clayworth, Queensland State Swimming Championships. Zane Clayworth, Queensland State Swimming Championship. Some of our talented young athletes couldn't be here with us today, but we'd still like to recognise their achievements. We have Kate Harrison, Australian Youth Volleyball Championships, Thomas O'Neill, MXGP Motocross State Challenge, Sky Broadhurst, Queensland Beach Volleyball Championships, Carly Gooden, Football Queensland Academy State Championships, Byron Gooden, Football Queensland Academy State Championships, Isabella Pissolino, Hancock Short Course Swimming Championships, Charlie Doherty, Hancock Short Course Swimming Championships, Amber Benson, Under 14 Years Rugby League Championships, Billy Groom, National All Schools Cross Country, Roxanne Groom, Queensland Sprint Swimming Championships, go over, and Matilda Nichols, NQ Triathlon and Aquathlon Championships. So let's give them all a big round of applause for So thank you once again. Thank you, parents. None of these things happen without your support, so thank you for all that you've done, and congratulations once again to our junior athletes.
Kids gather around the mayor, kids. 4 ones to the back, 4 ones to the front.
Right around. Go that way.
Perfect.
Come around, parents, you're right, come around here.
Any parents want a quick shot?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do that.
Well done, kids. See you later.
Sarah used to ask me.
Thank you.
Does take. Take those tags off.
Should be just grab a spot on the front row there. Yeah.
Alrighty, Okay, good morning everyone, and we'll get the meeting a proper open. Sorry, did you have something?
Yeah, excuse me, Mr Mayor, we have a slight problem with the live stream. The minutes of the ordinary meeting aren't actually coming up on the screen, but we are being viewed and they can hear us.
Okay. So do you want to hold to try and fix it, or do you want to proceed?
I think at this stage we'll proceed,
Yep.
and if we need to hold a bit later, we will if we need to restart it all. Thank you.
Well, good morning everyone, and thank you for attending today's ordinary council meeting. I declare the ordinary meeting of the 29th of April 2026 open at 9:07 a.m. I advise members of the public this meeting is being live streamed and recorded in accordance with council's standing orders. Councillors and staff are reminded of their responsibilities under their respective codes of conduct, both inside the council meeting and when dealing externally on behalf of council. On behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land in which we meet here today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. So moving to our first agenda item, item number 1, apology leaves of absence, which we have none recorded for the meeting. Item number 2, are there any condolences, councillors that wish to acknowledge any recently deceased members of the community? Councillor Collins.
I'd like to note the passing of William John Busselton, more widely known as Father Bill Busselton, a truly remarkable man who dedicated over 70 years of his life to the Catholic faith. Born in Proserpine, Father Bill came from a large family who loved and respected him deeply, and those strong family foundations remained important to him throughout his life. He began his life of service as a Christian brother before being ordained into the priesthood in 1983 here in his hometown. His ministry would go on to touch countless lives across Western and Northern Queensland. While serving in the West, Father Bill became known for extending the parish walls to cattle stations, bringing faith and support to remote communities including Cloncurry, Charters Towers, Julia Creek and Winton. He was deeply respected in these regions, and his impact was so profound that the McKinley Shire Council honoured him by naming the community centre in Julia Creek the Father Bill Busselton Community Centre. In a fitting full circle, Father Bill returned to Proserpine later in life, serving as Whitsunday Catholic parish priest from 2010 to 2016. He was a man of the people, always thinking of others and serving with generosity, humility and love. The respect and admiration held for him was evident at his 90th birthday celebration last year, where people travelled from across Australia to honour him. Father Bill was a great man who certainly left his mark on many lives and communities. Rest in peace, Father Bill.
Here, well spoken, Councillor Collins. Thank you. Councillor Finlay. Sure. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Through the Mayor. I would just like to acknowledge the sad passing of Jan Goodman, so the wife of Peter Goodman. So Peter actually was awarded the Citizen of the Year. It's this year's Australia Day celebration, and without Peter, like Jan was always there. So they both put in a lot of effort. They're at every function that I usually attend, I think, and they help out with Lions and the museum, and the list is endless. So it is a sad day, and we are thinking of the family at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Did you want to add something, Councillor?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to acknowledge Jan as well. And And just the comment from a daughter on notifying the community, and that Mum was just a quiet and sweet-natured lady. She was a Christian, and she had lived on very, very high values, and as Councillor Michelle said, always supported Peter in his involvements, and just a lovely, lovely, lovely person of our community. Mr. Mayor, the other passing which I'd like to acknowledge is Brian Winterburn. Ryan's been part of the Barham community for a long, long time. He had his own business in the construction and sheds and pools, and now his son's taken that on. But he was also pretty well instrumental in a lot of the bands and music back in the day. Always involved with that as well. He was also part in the defence services as well, and they acknowledged him at the Anzac ceremony up in Bowen on both the services. And he was also involved with Gem FM up there, Mr. Mayor. And I know I had personal dealings with him and helping him out to sort of get that show back in order. And today it's, as we know, Gem FM's going really, really well. So Brian was also a Christian, a great community man as well for our community. So yeah, just convey our condolences to the family and obviously Dan.
On behalf of Whitsunday Council, we would like to acknowledge and pay our respects to recently departed the Whitsunday region and offer our sincere condolences to their families and loved ones. Having just had Anzac Day this week as well, I think it's poignant that we recognise the contributions of our fallen servicemen that have made a contribution not just to our region but to the nation as well. I'd now like everyone to join me in standing for a moment of silence. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Moving to item number 3 on today's agenda, which is the confirmation of the prior minutes. Move Councillor Bowman, second Councillor Simpson. Anyone to speak to the prior meeting's minutes? Okay, the motion that Council confirms the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 18th of March 2026, I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item 3.2, confirmation of minutes, special meetings relating to the budget. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Finlay. Any discussion on those minutes? Okay, the motion that Council confirm the minutes of the special meeting budget held on the 11th of March 2026, 1st of April 2026, 8th of April 2026 and 15th of April 2026 as per the attachments I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item number 4, business arising. Would any council like to raise any business arising from the previous minutes? Okay, we'll keep moving. Item number 5 is the mayoral minute. There is no mayoral minute for this meeting. Item number 6, notice of motion. There are no notices of motion received for this meeting. Number 7, deputations. We have no deputations organised for the meeting. Moving to item number 8, petitions, questions or notice. So we have received a petition received by Karen Andrews regarding white line marking at 173 Shute Harbour Road, Cannonvale. Someone bringing that forward?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have circulated it to all the councillors and the CEO has a copy, so I'm happy to do it digitally rather than hand it across the table. Thank you. 142 residents put in by a business owner of Cannonvale. So I would like to refer it to the CEO to be dealt with appropriately. Thanks.
Thank you. You happy to receive that, Mr. CEO? Thank you. Okay. Confirmation. Yep. So So the petition's received and referred to the CEO to determine appropriation. Do we need we don't need a mover and seconder for that, we haven't in the past. No? You're happy just to receive, thank you.
We just need to vote on.
Okay, so we don't need a mover and seconder. So council, when they give you a new process, don't you? They don't tell you about it. Okay. So yeah, I think so. The motion that council received the petition relating to white line marking from Councillor Bowman, I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, so we move to our questions.
There, or we don't?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, so we'll move Councillor Bowman, second Councillor Clifford. Happy with the carried vote there. Thank you. All right. So we have a question on notice, which is from Damien Fredericks. Damien, is with us. Damien, would you like to come to the end and present your question, please?
Morning, everyone. Morning, Mayor Collins, councillors, everyone else. My question is on the community benefit agreement for the wind farm for Mount Challenger. In October, let's put my glasses on. In October 2025, more than 140 local residents and farmers from Bristol Brook and Kelsey Creek met following community awareness of the Mount Challenger wind farm by the Alinta Energy Group. So much of this awareness occurred through the community word of mouth and to the limited direct communication. Following engagement with the council, which was soon after October there, the community was encouraged to formalise concerns through a petition process. This resulted in a Queensland Parliamentary Petition 433825 and 446726 being formally tabled, receiving over 6,000 signatures. A formal ministerial response to this petition was provided by the Deputy Premier Jared Bly in April 26, and we attached that for the council's reference. That response, including the second last paragraph on page 3, confirms that a proponent of required to enter into the community benefit agreement with the local government prior to lodging a development application, and identifies a clear note for council within this process. Given this context, I respectfully ask and seek clarification on the following. Does the council acknowledge that this formally tabled petition represents a significant documented level of community concern, and will it be considered determining the council's position on any of the proposed community benefit agreement? And can the council confirm that it is not obligated to accept or enter into a community benefit agreement and retains full discretion to decline any proposal that does not reflect the interests of the broader community? And finally, noting that the council is currently developing a CBA policy and has encouraged action group involvement, how will the council ensure that the broader community is given a clear opportunity to review and provide input on both the policy and any future project specifically to the CBA prior to any agreement being finalised? Thank you for your time. Yep.
We will take those questions and provide you a written comment. That will also be recorded in the minutes of the next meeting.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dan.
I think was our only received question. No more questions. Okay, we'll keep moving. So item number 10, committees reports. There are no items relating to committee reports. As such, we'll move into item 11, our officers' reports. So I do note that there was a supplementary agenda item circulated. I don't have exactly what number that's been pushed into, but we will address that at the end of the ordinary officers' reporting. Okay, we'll move to item 11.1, which is development application for development permit reconfiguring of a lot 1 into 2 at 12 Mandara Court, Cannonvale. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Simpson. Would you like to speak to your report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This presentation up on the screen. So we're looking at a 1 into 2 subdivision in Cannonvale. Looking at the site where this is, it is the Mandara Rise estate. It now looks different to the first aerial image there. It is a completed residential estate, and we've got a corner lot that we're looking at. The proposal for council is looking at the subdivision of the lots into the lot sizes up on the screen. The reason for the matter coming to council is that the requirement of the zone is a 600 square metre lot size. The proposal falls shortly below that. Importantly, it is a well-located lot within Cannon Vale, connected to all the necessary urban infrastructure already. What council's looked at here is the surrounding area. Although the lots do fall slightly below, they are consistent with that surrounding area. It provides a good opportunity to get an additional dwelling into Cannon Vale. Our recommendation to council is approval, subject to conditions.
Would anyone want to speak to that?
Just comment, yeah. I'm happy with this one. Thanks, Matt. Combined between the two allotments, it's only 10 square metres, less than the 1200, so it's less than probably the boardroom table here. So yeah, I'm happy. That corner block, it looks good. It's got all the facilities there, water and sewer. So I'm happy.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Matt. I do agree. I think the percentage is 1.5% under minimum lot size. You know, since that photo there, you will have seen the estate's been developed, roads put in, number of houses being constructed now, which is really what we want to see. Probably my one concern has been with these historic developments, which these later stages are coming through, and the smaller lot sizes, and even one additional house. Valley Drive is currently under our own street hierarchy, with Able Road is being cluttered with cars, and again running at 7 metres wide. This increase, was it actually looked at, or does that help facilitate the upgrade of these roads to actually handle this increased traffic volume? Thank you.
Thank you for the question through the chair. So yes, the matter was looked at, importantly where the access of Mandera rise into the subject street in question is. It is a tight area as you've identified, but the impact of the additional one lot on that network was not determined to require the whole road to be upgraded or prevent the development from proceeding.
I think for me this one just makes common sense. We are in a housing shortage at the moment. I think looking at the way that the block's laid out, I think opportunities like this to create additional land in established areas where there's no major change to what we're seeking from a land size point of view, and it is quite a very small dispensation to deliver some additional serviceable lots. Anyone else like to speak to the matter?
Just a matter of clarification. This doesn't set a precedent so that, you know, oh, it's only a little bit here and a little bit there and the little bit becomes the lot. That's all I'd like some assurance on. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. So each application is assessed on its merits against the planning scheme. It's performance-based, so there's not any precedent setting, so to speak. Should any other proposals for smaller lots come forward, we'll assess them against the requirements of the scheme and make our assessments based on that.
Okay, the motion the council approves the development application for development permit reconfiguring a lot 1 into 2 at 12 Mandara Court, Cannon Vale. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item 11.2, development application for development permit for reconfiguration of 4 lots into 134 lots, including residential lots, access easements and roads, the Poppy Hills Estate for Century Living Investments. First Councillor Simpson, second Councillor Finlay.
I just feel I should state about some Facebook posts that are put up there. Is
Are you declaring it as a conflict?
I'm not declaring it as a conflict. It doesn't create a conflict of interest. In August 2025, I put up a Facebook post when the state response came back to approve the traffic lights at this intersection. I made people aware of it and I referred them to TMR if they would like to have their say on this or future intersections. I didn't speak for or against the development. I think, as we just touched on, we all want to see more houses here. The Chute Harbour Road is state decisions. I feel it's still my job as a councillor to inform our community and seek their input and also refer them to the appropriate agency. That's what I did through this Facebook post. It was circulated to all the councillors. It's not relative to this one development. I've done it more recently with the next set of traffic lights that's been put up for approval. So I don't feel it doesn't create a conflict of interest under the Act, and I also think I'm totally separate with my looking at the housing development, which is a matter for this council. I think you know from questions I've already put that I valued input, and it's a benefit to the community that I take part in. So it doesn't create it just for visibility. I do want to say that I made this public, but I do feel I can still have a balanced opinion and vote on the rest of the application. Thank you.
So just to be clear, Councillor Bowman, you're just asking it be noted that...
Did you make an opinion in that Facebook?
In acknowledgement of our records, I kept every comment that I put up, and it is in my files for the public record. So it's all there to be questioned and checked and recorded for the register. But no, this was not in relation to it. I think we all know we're looking for good outcomes for traffic management improvements on Shute Harbour Road. I just feel it's part of my job to keep people aware of things as they are happening, and that they have an ability to reach out to TMR and to voice their opinions. Same thing I would do with any of our consultations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ross?
So through the mayor, just a question to governance. Have they checked this, and are we right to keep playing the room? Councillor Bowman.
Mr Mayor, so this matter has been raised with governance, as with several other matters relating to DTMR items. The question really is for the councillor: does he believe he does not have any bias and is able to consider all the information before he would make an informed decision?
Just to back that up, just on this one, Councillor Clay, if you haven't announced an opinion, but in the past, have you announced an opinion, and can you wholeheartedly say that you can give us an impartial judgment on the decision, because you were involved with lots of anti-progress things in the past? I'll speak to that.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've never been involved with anti-progress. I've been very involved with setting a vision. It's been supported by the far majority of the community. The responses to this Facebook post, 87% of people had a preference for roundabouts over intersections as we move forward. So I'm certainly not anti-development. I certainly have never stood for anything anti-development, but as stated, this does not bias me. We can't overrule a state decision even if we wanted to. The road access is a separate thing from an estate that's being put forward, which is about activating housing. So I separate those two things very clearly. One is state, one is council. I haven't spoken for or against this development at any point, privately or publicly. Thank you.
Councillor? Councillor Thomas?
A question to the CEO or Matt. The Claude just saying that 87% of the...
For regarding the application?
So basically, we've got an application before council. They have sought, the applicant has sought from the Department of Transport and Main Roads their position in relation to the intersection. That's a decision for Department of Transport and Main Roads.
Yep.
Our decision today is to consider the rest of the development approach.
Yep. So the intersection's already set in stone, or?
It's up to the applicant
TMR,
and DTMR are still working through the finer details, but they have come to an agreement in relation to some of the specifics.
Okay.
Anything further there, Councillor Ford?
No, just guilty shit, sir. Really.
I can...
I'll just go to Councillor Ford first, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Ask you to watch your language, please, Councillor Collinson.
Sorry.
Just for absolute transparency, I was part of a little group prior to me becoming a councillor, where for half a day we became a human roundabout at Paluma Road. And we know how that ended up. Is there any opportunity for us to strongly object to the traffic lights? It's going to be worse than Nebo Road. So we're going to have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's currently.
Yeah. Just sort of saying that, you know, our preference would be for a mix.
What we might do is we might give the officer the opportunity to talk through the application, including the current status of discussion with TMR and the draft arrangements.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, happy to. Just got another short presentation to walk councillors through on what is proposed. So we are looking at a proposal for 134 lots as long as some master development lots. The proponent is Sanctuary Living Investments. Just to identify where the site is, it is the Whitsunday Green land holding. An important factor for this application is that it is within the low medium density residential zone that does provide for additional densities to be delivered. What has been lodged to council is the proposal over 4 stages, and we can see there the breakdown of each stage. We can also see on there the 5 super lots that have also been proposed. A matter that I'll get to within this presentation is a recommendation to not approve stage 4 and the reasons for doing so. And what that does is it will see an approval for 98 residential lots across 3 stages. So Poppy Hills, as the development is being referred to, is for a variety of lot sizes from 450 up to just over 1,000 metres squared. Within stage 3, there's also a sizable local park to be provided to meet the immediate recreational needs of a growing community. Looking at the roadways within the development, because it is a sizable street layout internally to be provided, they are compliant with our development manual standards. And also there has been a strong regard had to making sure that the stormwater flows from the development do not cause any long-term issues. Speaking quickly, as has already been raised, about the Regatta Boulevard intersection. So as is a requirement for these applications, it was referred to what is called SARA, the State Assessment Referral Agency, which then internally refers it to the Department of Transport and Main Roads. What happens as part of that process is they come back to council with their conditions or their approval for the matters of state interest. The key matter of state interest here is what is the intersection required to meet the needs of this development. What has come forward from those conditions of approval is a 4-leg signalised intersection that has been conditioned by the department. It is important to note that there is not actually an approved design at this stage about what that intersection is, other than that there is a pathway under the legislation that the Department of Transport and Main Roads requires is followed to actually get approval to build an intersection, that pathway is followed and an appropriate design is achieved. Other important matters to note is the improvement of pedestrian cycle paths and bus stops within this area is also going to be seen from improving this access. Going internal to the site now, Regatta Boulevard. So Regatta Boulevard is currently a private road. It is not owned by council. It services the driving range, the Par 3 course and the Spyglass Hill Body Corporate. The proposal for Regatta Boulevard for this proposal is to keep Regatta Boulevard, the existing sections and the extended sections to meet Poppy Hill as a private roadway. Access for all users will be secured via an access easement, so it's not such that it is only limited to certain persons that can actually drive on this roadway. It will be for open public use. Considering what Regatta Boulevard needs to be for the long-term growth planning of the Cannon Vale area, it has been conditioned for it to be developed as a sub-arterial road. Although at the moment there is not a large traffic load on it, to meet the growing needs of the community, it's been identified that this will need to be at a sub-arterial road standard. Notable that it will not connect at this point to Riordanvale Road, and the reason for doing so would trigger a second intersection at Riordanvale Road, Shoe Harbour Road, being required for Poppy Hills, which could be appreciated as an expense, a significant expense on the proponent to deliver 2 intersections to deliver 1 residential estate. Important other considerations for the proposal is the Residential Activation Fund. The state government grant fund is a part of this project in that there are 2 water mains and sewer mains that are being delivered under that RAF project that will be provided to meet the needs of Poppy Hill as well as other growth within the Cannon Vale area. Conditions of approval have sought to make sure that we're protecting any easements or the like that need to be provided for this critical state government funded project. Turning to stage 4, Council is still undergoing the finalisation of our growth corridor planning, and we're significantly undertaking a review of what is needed at the Cootuli Road, Riordanvale Road area, and also accesses that might be needed into the future CBD area. For those reasons, we've reached out to the proponent and we have agreement for the proponent to not approve stage 4 at the moment, so that detailed planning can still be completed by council, and we're not faced with having approved lots sitting in the way of where we need to make transport planning decisions for council in the future. So we do have that agreement from the proponent to pull the development up at stage 3. So to quickly summarise, Poppy Hills itself internally, we see as compliant with the planning scheme. As has been mentioned, the intersection is a requirement of the state and has been conditioned, and all other necessary conditions have been imposed. An important takeaway as that 98 new homes will be provided through part of the RAF assistance funding as well. Happy to take any questions.
Yeah. Look, this subdivision, this proposal, this project development is great. It supports the vision of the growth of the Canberra, to which we've all been around this table with the growth corridor and everything like that. It supports our decision that we're building a community hub down there as well, and the development of Galbraith Park. It all fits together. It is so great to see something like this actually coming to fruition on the table and happening. And fully support the developers behind this, and great to see some houses in the future, and also supporting the residential activation fund up there with our submission that we put in for that. So it's all come together very well, Mr. Mayor. And as we know, huge growth in the Canterville area, and there's great demand for this. So this supports this. Just regarding a couple of comments regarding the traffic management, Mr. Mayor, I'm not an engineer, and I don't believe any of us councillors here are engineers or traffic experts as well. And as Matt has said, you know, it's a condition of the Department of Transport and Main Roads, and yeah, they got the expertise and they know their visions, they know their plans for that whole road, and it's going to increase. But that's really not our expertise. That's Main Roads. So again, Mr. Mayor, fully support this application, and it's a great thing for our region.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I may not be a traffic engineer, but I can read their reports. I was wondering why this change that TMR pushed through their first request for further information for a roundabout here. I wondered how they ended up with traffic lights. From my reading, 36,000 square metres of commercial activity was removed. So they went from the master plan for the whole area back to just a housing development, which was something we need, something we want, something we've supported through residential activation fund. But the thing is that the intersection that's being put here, and I understand it, is a cheaper option, but it doesn't service the Cantervale CBD. I'd expect we'll see 1 or 2 more intersections required there if they're going to activate the Cantervale CBD. So this is part of something of you know, getting the houses in there, and also having that future planning and looking at the area as a whole, which we're still in the progress of, but I'm happy we are in that progress, and I understand we want to see houses on the ground. Probably my question is, outside of all the benefits here, is just the risk to council of an access easement over a public road reserve. Is that something that we can manage and we can ensure? Thanks.
Yep. Thank you for the question, Councillor Bowman. Look, it's something that's not often seen, but as far as the lawful access rights that I spoke to before, an access easement will protect users of that roadway, which the key thing is it will look like a sub-arterial road. It wouldn't be known to a general user that it was in private configuration or not. And that is probably the key takeaway, is that there will be no limitations to the users because it's protected through an access easement to be users of that road.
You want a quick follow-up? All right, thank you. Just to clarify that the conditions now include indented bus stops rather than stopping on the road, and footpaths on both sides of the major road. Probably one thing amenity-wise and cost-wise for the developer is about the existing garden bed median strip. So the conditions have now gone to no median it's just probably here for the discussion of the councillors. I think we all know on these busy roads, a centre median garden bed can look nice, but the risk to staff and the safety and the maintenance upkeep of that is something that has to be considered. So could you just talk through those three conditions that vary from what was put forward by the developer and how you feel they're in the best interest?
Thank you for the question. So yes, it has been conditioned for the upgrade of the existing sections of Regatta Boulevard to remove the centre median for the reasons that you've just spoken to, Councillor Bowman. Equally, conditions have been put forward for footpaths on both sides and to have indented bus bays rather than the bus pulling up within the carriageway itself. So those conditions are within the conditions, within the attachment in the officer's recommendation.
I think just speaking to that, I think they are good changes. I think speaking to the development broadly, we know this is the sort of the next one along, and it's really exciting to see this come to life. I did see a bit of history on the development, 20 years to get to this point. So it is nice to be at that point where we seem to be moving forward. I do share concerns around that access easement. I think when you see numbers like 10,000 users a day, you want some surety that what is going to be there is going to work. So very supportive of the subdivision. We've obviously done a lot of work in the background with regards to the Residential Activation Fund, supporting trunk infrastructure through this corridor, which is going to help enable this development. And I think the solution proposed really does enable that. I think my only other commentary there is really, I think we do need to continue to look at this road network there. I think the developer's got what he wants. I think we've got other groups that what they want. What we need to do is find the happy spot in the median that balances that activation of new land, but with community amenities. So we just need to keep that front of mind going forward. That's all right.
Thank you. Well said, Mayor. I do agree. This is a great development moving forward. It is the growth corridor, and probably just on the traffic lights. I'm looking at Matt's presentation. It looks as though there's shared paths, cycleways, and that means that there is going to be residents, children, like riding bikes, walking. So we've got to ensure that they can get across the road safely. And I'm not sure whether a roundabout, particularly with those numbers that you stated, is the safe way to do that. So if TMR sort of recommends the traffic lights, I'm happy to go with that.
Comment. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Comment out of the division.
I support this wholeheartedly. It's a code accessible development, and we're not here to discuss traffic lights or roundabouts today. We can condition as we have. Thanks, Councillor Bowman picked up a few things the other week that sensible conditions, and I wholeheartedly support it. And down the track, it may come up to us again with traffic lights or roundabouts, but it's not to be talked about today.
Thank you. All right, all said and done. Okay, the motion the council approve the development application for development permit reconfiguration of a lot, 4 lots into 134 lots, including residential lots, access easements and roads, stage made by Sanctuary Living Investments, located at 5 Riordanvale Road, Riordanvale, and 1 to 15 Regatta Boulevard, Cannon Valley, subject to conditions outlined in the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 6-1. Okay, we'll move on to
division, Mr. Mayor, please.
Councillor Finlay's called for a division rather than noting for. Just note Councillor Bowman voted against the division. Councillor Finlay called for division, and Councillor Bowman was against the motion.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, the division has to list every name.
Okay. Can we note Councillor Finlay called for a division, Councillors Finlay, Simpson, Wright, Collins, and Clifford were for the motion, and Councillor Bowman was against the motion. Thank you. Happy? Okay, we'll move to our next agenda item, which is item 11.3, donations, sponsorships and grants approved March 2026. Move Councillor Collins, second Councillor Clifford. Director, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor says the paper with the donation sponsorships and grants for March 2026. You'll see in the paper there was 5 approvals for junior elite grants, 2 donations for single straightforward donations. There was no in-kind donations for the month. 2 sponsorship grants, 24 sport and recreation club grants, and 1 approval for donation on council fees. And councillors will also note that there was 1 sponsorship that was declined, and the reason being was that the applicant and the event was based outside the Whitsunday Regional Council. Thanks, Councillor.
Any discussion on this? The motion that council note the financial support for junior elite athletes, donations, sponsorships, sport and recreation club grants and donations on council fees for March 2026 as per the report and attachments. I'll put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item number 11.4, Queensland Railways Institute Inc. lease renewal. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Finlay.
So this is a lease renewal. It's been in the Queensland Railway Institute Inc. for a significant period of time. It's a workers' club. It's one that provides a range of opportunities. It also provides to lease out or rent their bar and facility to members of the community over a period of time in relation to it. This is a fairly standard lease renewal for a period of time to enable that use to continue on a parcel of land which is in a fairly central Bowen location.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Just having gone recently to the opening of the newly refurbished QRI hall, I must say it's definitely a step up to what it used to be. It used to be just a tin shed, but now it's all lined, air-conned. There's a brand new cold room for parties and weddings and functions that's actually built in. And yeah, I think with the investment that they have put into the hall, it's a great asset to our Bowen community. And yeah, great to see that it's well looked after and well utilised.
Councillor, further comment on this one? Motion that council authorise the CEO to enter into negotiations and execute a 10-year peppercorn lease with Queensland Railways Institute Inc. for part of the land at 50 E George Street, Bowen, in accordance with section 2361 B2 and 1C3 of Local Government Regulation 2012. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item 11.5, update to July 2026 council meeting date. I move Councillor Collins, second Councillor Clifford. Director Paddy, would you like to speak to this report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This paper proposes to reschedule 1 ordinary council meeting suggesting the 29th of July 26 to move to the 28th of July 26 to allow the Mayor and councillors to attend the LGAQ Coastal Leaders Forum. The forum aims to provide mayors and chief executive officers with an opportunity for strategic discussions, to identify priorities specific to coastal councils, to showcase initiatives and to facilitate networking and information sharing.
I will just speak to this because I think I was one that requested it, and I think it's not just attending. We are actually hosting the event in the Whitsunday, so I think I think recognising that we are the host council for a whole of state based event for LGAQ and some significant speakers that will be attending. It was sort of to bring this to the day prior so we can attend the conference on the Wednesday, Thursday. Anyone else like to speak to the matter?
Very briefly, Mr. Mayor, that yourself, the CEO, and I attended the last one 2 years ago, was it, in Townsville. It's a significant event, a large number of councils, state representatives, ministers, and the DGs do attend, so I think it's a great initiative for the Mayor to bring them to our region, and I look forward to attending. Thank you.
Any further councillors? The motion that council change the ordinary council meeting date scheduled to be held on Wednesday the 29th of July 2026 to Tuesday the 28th of July 2026, and the necessary public notice to be provided. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 11.6, the Office of the Mayor and CEO Activity Report. I will move this one, and second Councillor Clifford. Mr. CEO, I'll let you talk through the quarterly report.
So in this particular quarter, the majority of activity was occurring in our media and comms in our economic development area, and I think it would be appropriate for our acting manager of media comms and investment and growth, Greg, to provide his presentation.
We highlight for you councillors having made the big table.
So I'll ask the manager to respect the code of conduct while he's at the table. So.
Getting it early, man.
Acting economic.
I'll keep this sharp because when it comes to talk, unlike my colleague Troy Pettiford, less is more. But it's been a big core across communications, marketing, economic development, advocacy and digital transformation. First, engagement and comms. Our teams have been running full tilt across major projects, consultations, campaigns, disaster messaging and day-to-day operations. Consultation has been significant, particularly electoral arrangements, community hubs, short-term accommodation and key planning matters. The standout was electoral arrangements with more than 1,400 engagements and strong support to retain divisions, giving councillors clear community-backed direction. Project communications continue to ramp up across major infrastructure, community hubs and recovery projects because expectations on council are not slowing down. Digital performance also continues to grow. Council's Facebook exceeded 1 million views this quarter, while website traffic surged during major weather events. That tells us our community increasingly turns to council first when it matters most. Importantly, digital transformation is also accelerating. We are progressing a staged website improvement program focused on making council easier to deal with online while improving internal efficiency. Current work includes auditing and consolidating online forms, reducing duplication and improving customer self-service. Stage 2 will deliver smarter online decision-making tools to reduce routine inquiries and improve service delivery. Put simply, better digital systems mean better service, better governance and a more efficient organisation. Campaigns and content remain high output. Videos continues to be one of our strongest tools, particularly as Olympic advocacy builds momentum towards 2032. Investment attraction growth and advocacy is where real outcomes happen. More than 10.4 million in grant funding has already been submitted. The Mayor has been highly active in Brisbane, Canberra and major forums, building direct relationships with ministers, decision makers and industry leaders. Because for regional councils in North Queensland, sitting back just doesn't cut it. Face-to-face is where projects move, face-to-face is where funding gets done. The Mayor and Council's advocacy efforts are strengthening our position and improving our competitiveness. Because the blunt reality is, if we don't advocate, we don't get funded. Exposure and events are also delivering. This quarter we secured major events, strengthened sponsorship processes, attracted national media, and welcomed significant film production activity through Whitsunday Coast Airport. That's more than headlines. It means real economic benefit through tourism, trade, hospitality, and future investment opportunities. So here's the bottom line. Whitsundays isn't creeping forward, we're growing fast. Expectations are rising, competition is fierce, and our job is clear. Promote the region properly, support critical projects, fight hard for external funding, and modernise how council serves its community. Because if we don't, someone else will. Right now we're not sitting back, we are out there telling our story, backing this region, and making sure that Whitsundays is heard. Because regions that show up get heard, and right now we're showing up. Thank you.
Well done. Okay, before you go, any questions? Something curly, please, Councillor Finlay.
I'm under code of conduct.
No, Mr. Mayor, seriously, look, I just want to give thanks to yourself and the team, I mean, all the council for the advocacy efforts, as Acting Greg here has just said, about all those efforts. And it's a team effort, and you know, from yourself, all the visits to the ministers and whatever, and yeah, we've paid dividends hugely, and it's so positive to be at environment that all this is happening, and you know, we're getting the fruits of our labour. So well done, okay.
Great report and well presented.
Yeah, look, I'll just comment there. Congratulations to the CEO and the department for the quarter, and good presentation, Greg. Just a couple there. I did get a document there through the month. It was an April snapshot, which was the sort of all of the community engagement that was taking place or planned to take place, the comms, and I don't know whether that's shared more broadly with the councillor group, but I thought, you know, for that sort of looking ahead, it was a really good piece. I think, you know, and it's probably not a criticism, but often in comms, a lot of the things you do are reactionary. You know, you're reacting to something that's happened. You're addressing it, making, you know. But I think to really have that proactivity, and this is the plan for the month ahead. Addressing, as I said, social media, you know, print media engagement was really good, and something that I definitely support going ahead. Probably one I'll just note there, which I thought was really interesting, was the highest social media post in February was a development application, and yeah, I think they can be things that you can obviously get a little bit of negative commentary around as well, because there's always people for and against. But I thought it really demonstrated that there is a real desire from the community to understand more around what's happening with those. So I'd encourage, you know, Poppy Hills just today, I think, is probably a good example to talk to. Obviously, what we've been able to achieve, getting that money for the RAF, how that's going to benefit something like Poppy Hills, and really take the community on the journey for what's ahead. Councillor Barnes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Acting Economic Development. Just want to say thanks for the report. 64% support for divisions is clear community direction. I wonder what 87% support for roundabouts means. Just with it mentioned in here, you know, the completion of the shop closing for the customer service being across into the library. I'd like to say thank you for all the staff. I know they're being compressed into a small space in the temporary time while the hub's progressed. I still question about us referring to it. I see it's become Canavale Library Shop C1. When we do refer to it as the shop still, I think people are still thinking it's the indoor shop. So I know that will be temporary, but really my question comes down to about the implementation of Smarty grants to administer sponsorship and funding. I'm just wondering if that will make available to other parts of council, like community grants and things, to operate under a similar program.
Yeah, so we were introducing it primarily first for the economic development area, the economic grants, but there's been a lot of discussion in relation to community grants and the rest of our grants. We're hoping to roll that out to all of our grant program. I think it's a good mechanism and a toolkit that enables the community to actually put in those grants a little bit more simply, a little bit more electronically, and obviously it does record some of their details so they're not actually repeating it all the time.
Any further on this report? Okay, the motion that council received the Office of the Mayor and CEO activity report as attached for January to March 2026. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, item number 11.7, the Corporate Support Services Activity Report. Move Councillor Clifford. Second, Councillor Bowman. Director Paddy, would you like to speak to your report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What a hard act to follow after that. I don't think I can quite have the gravitas that Greg has coming up to the table. So I'll try and keep mine short and sweet. The activity report has got a lot of activity in there that we conducted over the last quarter, particularly around areas such as the rates, you know, pushing out all of those notices and then having a sale of land, which occurred last Friday. We went from, I think, approximately 30 land items on that list, and with the hard work and dedication of the rates team, they brought that down to 1, and that's with a lot of negotiation assistance and help to ensure that we did only have that one parcel of land that did get sold on Friday. So a big shout out to them, particularly Paddy Jago and Sue Dwyer. They did an amazing job. We also have finding that the growth that Greg is talking about is affecting corporate services in terms of phone calls and assistance and areas such as that. So we are finding quite a high demand. Also around, as we're talking about the rating properties with splits and transfers, and you'll see in the activity report that was quite large, and it looks like that's going to be continuing well into the future. I would like to say that a real good thank you to Norm Garsden, who did retire during April. His dedication and longevity over a couple of periods with the council was great for us. We do now have an acting Manager Governance and Administration, Matt Stevens. We also welcome Josh Gibson for the Manager IT. He started last week and is coming and getting up to speed very, very quickly. Whilst I've given you a lot around the activity, we are always focusing on efficiency and effectiveness. We're looking at our systems, we're looking at minor tweaks of those to improve how we actually provide services to the council, and you'll see that our title through the restructure has changed to support, and that's the direction that I'm heavily focusing on as the director. So I'll open the questions.
Questions or comments, councillors?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Paddy. I can't believe it's such a lengthy report with only one fun fact. Kept looking forward to the next one. But I think you touched on it there. What I read through here is a large amount of transition, looking for that optimisation, reducing repetitive workload on employees, positive feedback about plant assessor, rollout of pulse and governance programs that we're already paying for, that people are now transitioning into and utilising and seeing the benefits of. And I see that carried through in a number of departments. So I'd just like to thank yourself and everyone that's doing this above and beyond business as usual too. So I really do recognise that in the report, and I hope that there's light at the end of the tunnel, and people doing all this extra labour do see the benefits that flows from it. So thank you for the report, and thank you to everyone for their efforts.
Yes, I too want to acknowledge the report. There's quite a lot of detailed information there, I guess, covering the spectrum of things. You know, I guess it's probably an area that the community doesn't see a lot is in that back of house, but when we come together as a council group, we often talk to some of the areas, particularly where we're seeing a lot of cost and challenge occur. So I think things like the IT activities report, I know, it's a rudimentary one, but I think it does show some level of progression there, at least activity around what we're trying to achieve from an IT point of view. I think if we could sort of build further into that narrative into the future around, you know, really talking to the things we're trying to do to keep a hold on that as a growing cost area would really be good. Probably one area I just wanted to highlight was around the capitalisation, and I know it's an area that comes up a lot because it has obviously a flow-on effect to our depreciation. So it's great to see the work that's occurring there. I guess my only commentary there would be that, you know, I guess if we could look at ways to make that a little bit more of a routine inbuilt process rather than sort of getting to this point of the year where we're playing catch up. You know, I think it is important that we account for our depreciation, but I think my concern is when we're sort of bringing it in at different times, it does have a flow onto the operational capacity of some of our business units, and I think you know, particularly at this point of the year where they're probably saying, well, have I got enough money to deliver my services for the rest of the year? We need to make sure that that's a little bit more predictable for those businesses. I think the procurement report's really good. I think if I was a community member picking that up, I think it gives us a real insight into some of the opportunities and also the level of work that's going on in the background. So really good to see quite a number of key packages there that are either in tender or have been tendered in the last few months. It's showing that we are progressing, particularly some of the capital, quite well. Probably just the other one I'll highlight there around expenditure at a local level, local content as I would call it, just under 40% at the moment. You know, I think that's in and around about sort of historical spend, but it'd be love to be an area love to see us continue to improve on. Maybe one day crack the magical sort of 50% local content would be fantastic. So.
Yes, thank you. If I can add a couple of things there. Totally agree with the capitalisations, and that's where we're looking to bring those down as far as we possibly can and undertake them during the year. We need to work in partnership with the other directorates to ensure that they occur. The other big exercise that I'll be doing personally over the next 12 months is having a good look at those assets around their useful lives and the appropriate depreciation moving forward as well. In terms of procurement, the team will be putting on some roadshows so that we do go out into the local community. That does happen regularly, but there is one scheduled soon, so we'll make sure that that's advertised wide and far. Yes, so we are working on those areas and looking at those efficiencies and trying to bring everybody along on that journey across not only council but also our community.
Great, Councillor Finlay, then to you, Gary.
Thanks, Mayor. Just picking up the comment there, Director, like the roadshow, there will be one in Bowen.
Yes.
Thank you. Certainly been a request from the Bowen business group up there. Question for the CEO. As you know, CEO, I've got a notice of motion in my pocket here regarding the IT systems, which I haven't put on the table as yet. It was taken off. But I'm just wondering, we've got Officer Josh on board now. But obviously he's got to get his feet under the table a little bit. But I just really want to know where we're going to go. At the moment, we've got 2 corporate computer systems, which I don't think, and plus I think Warren, you said to me that you've got 100 other systems as well that all need to be completely reviewed and everything like that. So, so through to the Director or to Warren, how quickly is Officer Josh going to put an action plan together and obviously come back to the council, because we're going to have some obviously budget issues with this and for consideration. So can I just ask those questions?
Thank you. It's very much on the top of his list, and we've been going through all of our software lists, so we do have that ready to go. Hopefully for the next ICT steering committee, we've regenerated that, so that should occur in either towards the end of May, early June, and we'll be able to bring something back to council on that. As I've spoken before, we're very much around rationalisation and ensuring that we get the best performance we can with the systems we've got. And I have spoken with council around those efficiencies because obviously we know at the moment they're not as efficient as they could be or as effective, and that is very much on the top of my list. I'm also looking very hard at being able to absorb in existing budgets any of those upgrades, and I have been talking very much around doing a very small staged approach of improvements, but again I need to be able to put that in a plan and bring back to council. So thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. To support you with that, Director, in here, even with the asset register migration, talking about going across to Brightly Cloud, releasing us from hopefully another part of the contract with Tech One onto a system broadly used by councils up to the size of the City of Sydney. So I think that's sort of showing reduced workload for the staff to transfer data across to an updated system that can reduce costs. So I think that is already happening, and it's good to see it moving forward. But yeah, transition is the difficult thing. Probably the other thing I saw, maybe capital. I know we're doing a lot of catch up and stuff there, but also one other thing is almost a plug for Director Gary, was just even in the tenders going out for the reseal and rehab package, seeing the addendums going in there, which was, you know, including depth of stabilisation treatments and things like this, where we're adding details to ensure that when we do get these assets renewed and replaced, that hopefully we do get better performance and longevity out of them. So I'm encouraged by seeing us striving for the best through a number of decisions. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just councillors, just on Paddy's report and the procurement activities. You know, by the end of this month, the expectation is we'll have about 87 million commitments, and at this stage we're trending towards actuals in the order of 50 to 60 million. So there's a lot of work happening at the moment. There's a lot of big projects being signed up for, and a few more to come before the end of the month. So trying to catch up with that program of work.
Anything further from? Okay, the motion the council receive the Corporate Services Quarterly Report as attached for Q3 25-26. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 11.8, annual land valuation for 2027. Move Councillor Finlay, second Councillor Clifford. I'd like to speak to the item, Dr. Paddy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I seem to be having a run at the moment in the agenda, so apologies for having to listen to me. But the Valuer General wrote to Council in April 26, seeking Council's view on whether a revaluation of land should occur on the Whitsunday Regional Council local government area, effective 30th of June 27. While Council generally supports regular revaluations to ensure land values remain reflective of market conditions, Council is planning to undertake a significant upgrade in its rating system. This upgrade represents a major systems, data and business process change and is extremely resource intensive for staff. And taking on the previous points, this will provide really huge efficiencies and reduction of workload for those staff. Undertaking a whole of region revaluation concurrently with the rate system upgrade would substantially increase operational risk, place significant pressure on resourcing and impact Council's ability to effectively implement both the system upgrade and the revaluation outcomes. Accordingly, it is recommended that Council request a 1-year deferral of the revaluation with the next valuation to take effect on 30th of June 28, allowing sufficient time for the rate system upgrade to be completed and stabilised prior to implementing new valuation data for rating purposes.
Yes, listen.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Director Paddy, since I've been on council, we've requested pretty much every year a valuation, and it seems strange to me that we get the opportunity to decline it. Even if we accept it, there's no guarantee they'd do a valuation this year. So I support doing valuations as often as possible because it reduces the spread in fluctuations. We're in a property boom, or have been in the last few years since the last valuation, and it sort of the more often we can do it, reduces the risk of capping and stuff in our budget. So I won't be supporting the recommendation.
I'll support the recommendation. I do take your point, Councillor Simpson, but I also note the operational constraint that's noted. I think from what I've seen in our rates discussions, we're still effectively absorbing the impact of the last valuation, and it comes into discussions around capping and things like that we're still trying to deal with. So I think generally in principle, as far as getting more updated information, it is a good thing, but we also need to manage the impacts of that on the community as well. There are a couple of other factors in play there, I think, particularly around our asset revaluations that are concerning as well. So I think this is a pragmatic way to help ease some of the bumps, not just operationally, but with regards to rating impacts for our community. Yes, Dylan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Paddy, for the report as well. Obviously I support the motion. And Mayor, this term we've undertaken a major review of our general rating system, for which we adopted last year's budget, I think it was, and which will flow on to this year's budget and next year's budget as well. So again, we've set the platform for where we need to go with the general rates, and we've got further discussions on that this afternoon in our special meeting. So to me, this just flows on. Question to Director. So the next valuation will come in on 30th of June 28 is when it's apply. When do we actually receive the data to throw into the rates model for the finance team to start doing modelling? Just obviously we're coming into a new term of council that year, and not a lot of time between when the council gets elected and the budget, but obviously behind the scenes. So just curious to know when you actually receive the valuation data to start playing around with.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Finlay. They undertake the valuation normally around the October, so that would be October 27. So my understanding is we would receive some initial data in early 28, but to give you an exact timeframe, I would need to take that on notice.
Councillor Clifford.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. To Director Paddy. Regardless of what the valuations come in at, it's up to this table as to what we do with the rate and the dollar, is it not?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Yes, it is.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Director Paddy, just a question. Like, if we do push this back, are we going to end up then back on the bottom of the pile, and they may not come back to us for a couple of years? I'm just a little bit concerned. The last time we had a huge gap between valuations, we were in a heck of a mess. And it did take a lot to sort of, because it was just such a huge jump. And I know probably property prices and, well, I know it's based on land valuation, but it has increased significantly since we've had the last one. So I am a bit concerned with holding off. I do take on board the workload from the staff. But yeah, I think if we can do this, I would prefer to see this go ahead. Only knowing what's happened in the past, I think, worries me a little bit. So yeah, that's probably where I sit.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you for the question. The advice I've received from the rating team is that you normally do not get pushed to the bottom of the list, but we haven't been in this position before. We would have some heavily discussions, and even if we do request an extension of that 1 year, it does not mean that we will be granted. So it is a request only at this stage, and we would work very closely with the officers of the Valuer Generals to make sure that it was just that 1 year delay. We're not the only other councils that have been asked for this time frame, and I do know of one other council that will be looking for a delay because they're in the same position as us.
I'll be supporting the motion simply because we need to get this the new rating system up to scratch. And I mean, I know over the years I've you can drive by here on a Sunday morning and after church, and the rates girls' cars are parked out the front, and I mean that's just not for one weekend or one day. That's for a good month leading up to the rates every time, So I definitely will be supporting this motion, get everything in order, and go from there. I reckon. So.
But can you just confirm it's 2 years since our last reval, and this would push it to 3?
I would need to ask either Katie Coates, who's the Coordinator of Finance. She might be able to inform us. I believe it is. I would actually need to confirm.
Sorry, which one was the
The last rates revaluation, land value valuation. 2020. Yeah. Thank you.
Just in regard to 24, I remember very correctly the cattle grazing properties all went through the roof simply because of the increase in the price of their stock, So it made a big difference to the graziers, and it was a big hit at the time. So yeah.
Do you have something, Councillor?
No, I'm just nodding in agreement.
Okay. Any other questions for the Director or comment? Okay, the motion that Council request a 1 year extension from the Valuer General for the proposed 2027 land revaluation, deferring the effective date to the 30th of June 2028 due to the substantial upgrade to Council's rating system, associated system and data integrity risks, and the operational impact on Council's rates function. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 5-2. Okay, moving to our next item, which is 11.3, the monthly finance report. Move Councillor Finlay, second Councillor Clifford. Paddy, over to you again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The monthly financial report is for the year-to-date figures March 26. Important financial updates are the water meter notices that went out, and they were due on the 14th of April, and the land auction that occurred last Friday. Again, I just have to say that a great lot of work by the rates team The council is mainly tracking to budget for this time of year. I refer you to the graphs on page 191 of the reports, where it shows that we're relatively comparative to the budget last year and the same at the same time last year. A risk that we're continuing to monitor is the effect of fuel prices and availability on our delivery of services. At this stage, we're in monitoring mode, where we're being able to put various initiatives in place at the moment, but we know that if these circumstances continue for a longer period of time, that this may affect our ability to deliver our services and obviously the capital program. So it is one of the largest risks that are not only to our financial sustainability, but also to our service delivery. So I did want to raise that it is something that we are monitoring at a whole of council level.
Any questions or discussion?
Yeah, it does. So just on our rates, so if you don't pay your rates by the due date, interest is calculated on a daily basis on the day after.
Through you, Mayor, I would have to take that on notice. I'm sorry, I don't know the intricacies of when the interest is applied. So I normally that is the case in other jurisdictions I've worked in, but I will come back to you on that.
Question over here. Anything further? I think probably the one I'll note there is just in the capital delivery. I know we've taken the percentages out of the report, but it seems like a sizable jump there in commitments. Mr. CEO, just confirming that's predominantly due to the major projects activity. Is that correct? Yes. All right. Anything further? The motion the council receive the monthly financial report, including the unaudited financial statements for the year to date, March 2026. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. All right, we'll move to the next item, which is the supplementary agenda item 11.10, the budget review 2026. Mr. Miller?
I'd like to move amendment to this motion, actually. I would like to deal this in two parts. One is the amended capital works program. There's one motion, and then the operations side is another separate motion to that. So I'm happy to move that we approve the amended capital works program. That's my first motion, and then followed by a second motion, which would be to recommend to approve the operating one.
So I guess, Mr. CEO or Director of Corporate Services, just a comment on the mechanical ability for us to do that here and now.
Mr. Mayor, just having a look at the thing up, I'm wondering whether you can do A and B and C as a separate motion. C is primarily the operational reserves. Is that the separation you would be after? Move A and B, or there's elements in A if you wish. The other option is to just simplify the recommendation to actually move the capital program as per the attachment, and then we'll deal with the detail. So authorise the CEO to progress those, and then the second one, which is a simple one, to authorise the CEO to address the operational matters which are only related to capital.
Yeah.
You comfortable with that? Yep.
So I'd just like to speak to both parts of that, so I've got views on both of them.
Yep. I'll second the motion. Did you have something to add there, Councillor Tippett?
Yeah, I don't really, I know everybody's under the pump, but to receive a report at 4:30 the night before a council and expect us to have grasped it all is a bit beyond pale. And if this fails, I'll we'll move a motion that we table it until the next council meeting. Thank you.
Would you like us to put it on the table to work out a plan? Okay. All right, I'll move to put the item on the table. Give the team a bit of time just to work out the mechanical side of it.
Yeah, still in the motion there, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, so put it to lie on the table, so we'll still address it this meeting.
Okay.
But just to give them a bit of time to go and review. All those in favour? The procedural motion is carried unanimously. Okay. That's the last of our ordinary report items. We're too soon to break for morning tea. Yeah, yeah. I'll move that we break for morning tea till 10:50. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
tell me when you're ready, Matt. Sorry, Carlo. Automatically, that's it. Okay, welcome back everyone. We'll resume today's meeting at 10:53 a.m. So I'll move a procedural resolution to lift item 11.10, Budget Review 2 2026 from the table. There's been some work done on that. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, so we have separated that one, have we, into two reports? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep. Yep. Okay, so we'll talk to 11.10 at the moment, which is Budget Review 226. I have a mover.
We have, oh, I already moved that, Mr. Mayor, I thought. And then, yeah, we did, and then we tabled it.
Is that right?
No, but it
We
wasn't
haven't
split.
split.
So you need to move it.
We'll move it again. Yep.
Oh, I'll move it again.
Move Councillor Finlay, second Councillor Clifford. So Paddy, I might just get you to talk through where we're at here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After some discussions, the amended resolution to go forward is to adopt the amended capital works budget and the associated capital reserve transfers. And I believe Councillor Finlay has another part to that resolution that he would like to put in terms of the operational budget.
So you're going to move an amendment, Councillor Finlay, is that correct? Or?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
This is the motion.
Yep.
First up, this is, sorry, Mr. Standing. This is the motion just purely on the capital works budget side and the associated transfers between the capital reserves.
Yep.
And then after this one goes through, I'll move another motion as far as to adopt the amended operation budget.
Yep.
And I'll speak to that one as well.
Okay, so just speaking to it in context of the existing report, the motion is to only move the items relating to capital and also the narrative relating to the transfers for capital.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not sure if Director Gary wants to talk first on the capital before I have any questions.
Yeah, I think maybe just talk, if you want to talk generally to what's happening with the capital program, would be good, Director Gary. The high level's fine.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, councillors, the report that's before you is effectively the adjustments that were identified at the end of December, at the end of Q2. So, that's the challenge with how we do these things. We effectively continue to deliver the capital program with the assumption of how we manage the capital movement. So, most of it's been adjustments to cash flow. So there's been, again, that revision of when actually work's going to be delivered, and also some adjustments in relation to projects which were subject to grant funding, which were included in the existing program, but the grant hasn't been achieved. So there's been some movements there. So, Mr. Mayor, happy to take questions from council in relation to specific projects. Otherwise, I recommend that the capital program be adopted, recognising, at the time of management. Capital portfolio set elsewhere, but I've also got the Manager Capital Delivery Acting Manager in the room. Should there be any specific questions about the program? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Awesome. No, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, directors for and staff for reviewing the whole capital works program. It's a huge program, as we know, and this is the beauty of having more than just a 1 year program, of a 2-3 year program. So there is some flexibility when, Mr. Mayor. If we can't do a particular job in 1 year, we need to transfer it out or bring forward another job. And so through the director, just confirming, I think, and as I haven't had a chance to read this report fully, Mr. Jen has made her comments made on it. But so just reconfirm that in this report includes which I fully support these projects, Mr. Mayor. There was a move of $1 million extra to the Boardwalk project and $600,000 to the Airy Beach lighting as well. Can I just confirm that is the case, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, happy to respond. So the order of magnitude of those movements is correct, Councillor Finlay. The Boardwalk project was chasing some final approvals in relation to cultural heritage and ownership, which was achieved. The other thing we picked up with that project, there was some lighting renewals that were also required. So bringing that project forward whilst the contractor was in the area to continue to work made a lot of sense. It was always intended to be done this financial year, was moved out based on the challenges with getting necessary approvals. In relation to the Ely Beach lighting, yes, the proposal is to fund the upgrades to the power boards, which are at end of life, so it's a renewal. The upgrade part of that is the addition of three-phase power to 3 of the 4 boards. So, but your numbers are in the right order of magnitude.
Yeah, and that's great. I mean, that's how we should be working across the budgets. And if it's more economical to bring something forward, well, so be it. So probably just on that, Mr. Mayor, and I do understand that we deferred an amount of money for our road projects, and I think I understand that that's going to be sort of brought forward into the next budget. So I just get confirmation on it again.
Thank you for your question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Finlay. Yeah, so what happens, it's about the timing when work will happen. So rather than have a carryover at the end of the financial year by not getting the cash flow forecast correct, if you do a revote into the following financial year, we get better clarity about what's happening next year. So it's about the timing of work. So Councillor Bowman and others have identified that there's been a considerable amount of work go out to market just in relation to the road rehabilitation and the road reseal program. We're at a point, we've actually had an officer inspecting almost the entire sealed road network over the last 3 or 4 months. We're progressing to a point of having a good 3 to 4 year reseal program and a good potentially 10-year rehabilitation program. So we'll be able to bring those back to council for granularity so they can see where we're going.
So one from me, Director. I think I think the reduction program's a pragmatic one. I think from what I can see, we've struggled with sort of delivery in different areas as it is. So I think really reconciling what's there is a good step. I think just coming back to the I know we don't have any ratios, but the monthly finance report highlighted just under, I think it would be safe to say around 36 to 38 million in actuals this financial year, bringing the total budget back to 100 million in the order of sort of 38 to 40% delivery. I guess without crystal balling too much, could I trouble you to understand what we expect to be to the end of the financial year, and probably more importantly, as we continue our budget deliberations, what the expected rollover may be into the subsequent financial year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yep, thank you. In relation to rollover, probably not quite there yet. I'll see if Mel's got a number. Mr. Brody, in relation to anticipated actuals by the end of June 2026, the anticipated level is in the order of 50 to 60 million, probably on the higher end of that if we get a good run of weather. So with the amount of work that's been signed up for, the only issue there will be if there's contractual negotiations associated with fuel price and fuel levy and the like, but expected delivery is in the order of 50 to 60 million. And as identified earlier, we expect that we'll quickly move to commitments in the order of $80 to $90 million with the entering into contracts for some major projects over the next couple of weeks. So in relation to what the BR3 or BR4 rollover might be based on what we didn't know at the end of December versus what we would know at the end of June, I don't know. I might take notice, Mr. Mayor, and come back with the number.
Okay, any other discussion on the capital program at the moment?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm still kind of questioning this resolution when we're reviewing the current budget to reflect current and future forecast position in the 10-year forecast, and I just wonder how we're actually separating capital and those numbers. So if this is only dealing with the capital works, and there's obviously a significant number of specific reserve and funding shifts that was part of the previous resolution, so I'm just wondering how that's covered there. In any case, I won't be supporting it as it stands because Cannavale Lakes is getting kicked down the road again. So I've been back trying to unpack this because we're all about our master plans, and a Cannavale Lake master plan was done. That was then included in the Greater Airlie Beach master plan. At that point in 2021, they said 3.2 million of grant funding allocated, and there was some revegetation that was subject to separate from the other 3.2, subject to grant funding. I've looked back through and I've tried to find where this money got spent, because the swing set was done in 2017. The park was so busy, they had to widen the driveway to the car park from 1 lane to 2 lanes because of the queuing of people trying to get in and out of this park in 2018. Here we are now, and since I've got on council, these works have been going through there. I know Al Grundy went down there, did community consultation, and what was meant to be a whole future stage ended up being a bridge put in so that the circle worked. You could walk right around the pond. Same time they put 2 bridges in at Muller's Lagoon. But I just can't find where this master plan has progressed, that has been in place for so long, that funding that seems to me was allocated at some point has now gone, and I keep getting told I've got to wait for this funding. I'm at the point where I can't just vote to see it kicked down the road again, and I voted against this last time. So that's my position. I know there's a number of things in here, and we are working through a new budget, a new four-year capital works program, but at this point I can't support what's in front of me simply because of that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll let you do an explanation. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll try and unpack it. So, councillors, this is the purpose of trying to give great clarity with the 26-27 and future years program. If you look at page 21 of the supplementary agenda, and about a quarter of the way down the page, there's a reference to the Kennervale Lakes projects. Nearly got a black dot against it, indicates the project is subject to grant funding. So the issue there is whether or not grant funding was or wasn't obtained for these projects, and it's something I've struggled with since I've been with council as well. So if it was subject to grant funding, the issue is, was a grant obtained or not? If it wasn't obtained, then there's no funding source. What we've tried to do with the future years program is make it very clear in the program whether it does or does not have funding. If it hasn't got funding guaranteed by a grant, it's been shifted to year 4. And then as part of our rolling program, we would then continue to work with our grants team to go and identify the sources of funding. Again, it's the ability of council in developing the 26-27 program is to actually identify which projects you wish to bring into the program. If they don't have the funding source, it's around your reserve options, or what do you wish to defer to a future year if there's a funding source within year 1, 2 or 3 of the new program. And this is a challenge. I agree. It can be difficult to follow our old capital program because it just had every grant funded project was identified the same way, whether it was actually whether or not the grant was available or whether it was proposed to be obtained. So we're trying to address that with future programs. From my perspective, Councillor Bowman, when I first arrived at council, there was conversations about implementation of the Kennervale Lakes plan. There was questions asked about what the priorities were, whether or not the plan was going to achieve the outcome for community. So works were delayed. At this stage, there's still some design work, happening. But if there's real clarity around what you'd like to see happen there, you just need to progress your desires in the development of the 26-27 capital program, and we need to identify the funding source. If that happens, then a PM will be assigned and work will happen. That's the intended process for future years. But I understand your frustration.
Follow-up comment?
Thanks, I do appreciate that. And funding sources, we have renewals. Renewals is about delivering a service to the community. Parks and Gardens renewals, 24-25 seems to roll over, still coming through here. Started out at over $2 million. Then this year's $1.865 million, rounding down and stuff. They've pulled it back from 3.9 to $3.2 million spent on park renewals. Out of that, Division 2 got nothing. There's a separate soft fall package. The swing set got new soft fall around it. We've spent $3.2 million on park renewals. Division 2 lost its exercise equipment. That's been what Division 2 has got out of $3.2 million of Parks and Gardens renewals. So when we're coming to funding sources, and you're saying there's not $500,000 to allocate to 20% of the community and more, when we know Galbraith Park's going to become a construction site. We know this is in the middle of our most densely populated area. We know when you go to Bowen, you've got the swing set every 350 metres. You've got to go 2 kilometres from this one to find the next swing set. This is why I just sit here and can't support. And when we're out there spending $3.2 million, but we're saying there's no funding for this. So I understand the predicament and the language of what's a renewal or an upgrade or a new, but I see the money going into our parks and gardens assets. I just don't see it servicing the whole community. Thank you.
Councillor Finlay.
Mayor, through the CEO, can we get clarification on Councillor Clay saying that we have received grant funding for this Lakes project? And if we did, I guess where is the balance of it? Obviously it's put in reserves, but can we just get confirmation on that? Yeah, okay, that's my first question.
Yes, sir. Yes. I think we're talking about a fairly bit of time frame, so we'll need to go back and have a look at that. And from what we can see, it was a grant to be granted, not actually provided. So, but I'll find the clarity in relation to that.
I think, sorry, Councillor Finlay,
Mayor Malapart, just my history lesson on pre-amalgamation, there were bridges installed across Mullers Lagoon, and I'm pretty sure we got some funding for that. So maybe they did get replaced in future years under the renewal program.
look, I'll just. I did speak to Councillor Bowman yesterday, and I think this was around the capital program generally. I am agreeing with you, Councillor Bowman. I think there are some equity issues there. I think the underlying reason is a little bit hard to pinpoint, but I do acknowledge your concerns there. And yeah, how should I say? When we want to find money for something, we find it, and we just need to make sure that you know, all regions' priorities are considered when we're pulling this program together. So. Councillor Clifford.
Through you, addressing Councillor Bowman's concerns, I'm pretty sure that there were only a couple of shelter sheds and a couple of barbecues were in the wish list. That's about it, I think, was it not, Councillor Clay?
That's right.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Director Gary, just a couple of things. So just an update, if we could, and just make sure that it is in here, the Ted Cunningham Bridge. So is that in this program? And also, I know you've sent some emails through about Yasser Point, but just where that sits in here, because I can't find it.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Right through, Mr. Mayor. So 2 pieces of the puzzle. So you won't find necessarily Yasser Point in the current program, but when you get your updated capital works proposal 26 to 29 in our budget meeting this afternoon, all the queries I've received from Council since our last meeting have been incorporated into future years and are highlighted yellow so you can see them, and that will be the part of the conversation later on is to actually work out what you'd like to prioritise for 26, 27 and future years. So there's no funding in the current financial year for Yasser Point. In relation to Ted Cunningham Bridge, because we've been advised by QRA of the inclusion of that project in a resilience bid as a result of Cyclone Koji, we don't believe we need to expend TIDS funding on that, so we changed the TIDS program to actually deliver the gravel resheeting and the formation work which is currently occurring on Strathmore Road. Again, that's to make sure that our entire TIDS allocation is expended for 25-26. And then Ted Cunningham Bridge, we have the design for the resilience project. It's available to us, and we had a meeting with QRA yesterday, and they are going to get back to us either end of this week or next week and tell us what the process is to actually seek the funding for Ted Cunningham Bridge. So my expectation is that because we've got the design ready to go, as soon as we get sign off, we'll be able to go out to market. If we're not going to deliver that work internally, we'll go to market to get Ted Cunningham Bridge resilience project, really 100% funded by the RFA arrangements under betterment/resilience, whatever the new program is. So that's our expectation. So there'll be 2 pieces to when it happens, because there'll be REPA funding, so repair of essential public assets, to fix, in effect, the approaches to the bridge, which would normally be funded. So I'll add that amount to the resilience to give us a total number, which is expected to be between $800,000 and $900,000 to go and address Ted Cunningham Bridge and finalise that project. Happy to take further questions, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and Gary, just confirming, I guess with what's presented here to us today is effectively the December version. and what we're seeing in our spreadsheets that we're getting for budgets is actually quite different. I guess probably one on that is, talking broadly right across the region, we had a number of stormwater projects that have been effectively pushed out in this report here to the next year, but if you go and have a look at the actual capital program, they've actually been pulled completely, so, or more or less.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so what we're trying to do is actually identify what our capacity is to actually get work done. So some of those stormwater solutions exceed our entire allocations for renewals. So again, if you wanted to go and in effect do those new stormwater works, they're mainly not renewals. We're actually addressing major stormwater issues. But the other thing we're working on in the background, I hope to bring the resilience, the LRAP, the Local Resilience Action Plan, to ELT in early May, and then have that to council for adoption. The LRAP is hoped to be our source of application to government for funding to support our resilience activities, and a lot of those projects will drop into the LRAP, and then we'll need to, once the investigations are done, we've got a better idea, Mr Mayor, of what the actual project is and the cost. We'll drop them back into the forward program for granularity for council so they can see what the numbers are, but they'll also drop into year 4 if they don't have a funding source. So the ones we actually have a funding source for, you'll see in the program. The ones that we're hoping to get grant funding for will drop out into the future grant funding program. So there's a considerable dollar value in some of those stormwater solutions that we're working our way through, and also we'll bring a priority list back to council.
Just sorry, through the chair. Just my first question to Yasso Point. Did you touch on that?
Yeah, it was there. Sorry, Councillor Wright. So Yasso Point is in the draft program for 26, 27 to 29 as a year 4 unfunded project. So there's a number there to undertake the sealing of the car park and the installation of stormwater drainage to manage water. So when we move into discussions about the 26 to 29 capital program, you'll be able to see it in a line. And if you wish to make a case to bring that project into the budget, at the moment it's unfunded. So any new bids on the draft capital program that was provided to council on the 17th of April, is that the right date? I think it was around the 17th. Anything new that's come back since that date has been put into the program, and it'll be clearly flagged for you, so you can actually prioritise the effort for each councillor. You'll be able to work towards achieving your objectives by that process. So the funding sources are there, where it's funded, unfunded, where it's proposed to be funded from, so there'll be granularity for council to actually make decisions around what you want to achieve in future years.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think we've gone off track a little here. We've got budget review 2 for 2026, which is end of December, and we're all fighting for divisional projects in future years. I think we have to have a look at what's on the table in front of us.
Thank you, point, Councillor Simpson. I think there is a level of clarity around what's presented versus obviously other information we're receiving. So I think it's important we delineate that it's a continuous journey. Okay, any other questions on the BR2 capital? Stressing it is capital. Okay, the motion that council resolved to adopt the amended capital works budget and associated capital reserves transfers I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 6-1. Okay, so we have, what have you got there, councillor? So what have we got there next around the operational part?
What's that? Oh, probably similar words. Council resolved to adopt the amended operational budget. And
so how are we doing this? We're doing this as a subsequent motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Okay, so Councillor Clifford, Councillor Finlay, sorry, Councillor Clifford. Councillor Finlay is moving a subsequent motion. So does it become a new item, 11.11? Regarding what was 11.10? Go for it, Councillor.
Yeah, the council resolved to adopt the operational amended budget and associated operational transfers.
As per listed in the original report. So.
Correct.
Seconder? I'll second the motion. Can we just talk through this now? Paddy, just to give us exactly how that's being framed. So it's really just separating the two. Ideally, I think the instruction was to have two reports, but that's not what we ended up with. So we're effectively just separating the operational and capital components.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just double checking with you, Councillor Finlay. Are you talking about the original budget from the 1st of July 2025 or the original budget that that is the operational part of these financials that have gone up?
Yeah, I speaking to these financials here, Mr. Mayor, because in our financials here, on page number 10, we have a budgeted statement of comprehensive income, which shows our original budget original budget of 26, and it shows an amended budget column for 26. So I'm happy to move the motion on the operational side of it, and then there is a couple of operational reserves that need to be associated with this as well. And I'd like to speak to the operation side.
Okay, you've got the floor, Councillor.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, a few comments on this one. From what I see in the operating side of it, and there's a comment in the report, no adjustments have been made to the operating budget, with budget risk to be mitigated within current budget allocations. Not 100% sure what that really means at the end of that, but there's been no changes to the operation budget. And I'll talk about the master plan for the comment on this. So, and I'll do, this budget review is as of 31st of December. So I do ask, and obviously probably staffing resources might cause this, but we are now in April, well down the track of a budget for 31st of December. Mr. Mayor, in the budget adoption last year in June, you included the motion, item E, to the budget resolution, and it said to direct the Chief Executive Officer to address the funding shortfalls within the general funded activities of Council through the use of dividends and operational initiatives to address the remaining shortfall in the general funded functions. So what I'm seeing in this report today, Mr. Mayor, that there's been no reported addressing the shortfalls in that motion that you put up. So I'm saying that there's, as we see the budget today, there's no changes between what we adopted and what the amended is. My other part of this issue is to do with the master plans, and I thank the officers for providing me the information to the council about the master plan expenditure in this financial year. In the motion, I think it was item C of the recommendation. Wait a minute, I didn't have it. Yeah, item C. It says to agree in principle to the transfer of up to $1,121,437 from the operational reserves to fund long-term planning capital projects once the actual cost of net planning is known. Mr. Mayor, as we know, can't quite remember the figure, Director, but it was around about maybe the 600,000 mark or something other was actually spent and committed, might be a bit more, in this 25-26 budget. So knowing that, Mr. Mayor, why isn't that included in the amended operational budget as a line item for materials? The effect of that is changing our 3.6 million surplus, take off 800,000, whatever it is, that would bring it down to a $3 million surplus. I don't understand, Mr. Mayor, by putting this item C in here, why we haven't amended the budget to accommodate that. And also, Councillor Clay advised me, because I did a request, where was this originally adopted, I think, and Councillor Clay responded and gave me the information on it, which I absolutely thank Councillor Clay for originally about the motion where it's funded. But I do have concerns that why this was never ever put in the original budget when we adopted it, back in whenever it was, those days are gone, but I do have concerns that why this money is not in the material segment of this operational budget and reducing that 3.6 million down to 3 million or 2.8 million. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Comment on what's here? I'll just comment. It's a bit of a mess, to be perfectly honest. I guess to the team, what you presented mechanically is fine, but I think and probably at a high level, John doesn't capture the strategic direction of the council in any essence or moment of the form. I think probably when we discuss this BR2 review, my preference would have been a really delineated capital operational component, but I think this does achieve the ends to some degree. But yeah, look, I think I won't be supporting the resolution there. I think although what is presented is the existing budget we have adopted as far as the statement of comprehensive income is concerned. We're just not on the same path at the moment. So I don't think there's too much else I can really say about that. Councillor Clifford.
With the greatest respect to everybody, could we lay this on the table till the next meeting so we can have a bit more clarity around it and a bit of time to absorb it and make any comments that we need to make?
I guess my query is, are we going to get to a different position, Councillor Clifford?
I'm not sure, but it might be just a bit easier for me in particular to understand where we're going.
Mover of the motion, happy to put it to the vote?
Yep, put it to vote.
Okay. Anyone else like to comment on the matter?
Probably well, just on behalf of Councillor Clifford, I think we're all meant to be here making educated decisions. I know this was presented to councillors and then withdrawn and things like that. So I think some of us had looked into it in the snapshot we got to do that, and then when it wasn't in the actual agenda, obviously we've got plenty of other reading to do. So I understand the concerns on both sides, but for me, I generally agree. I find it very difficult, although we get the monthly financials every month. The figures have been there. I just consider budget reviews are just them shifting the goalposts to realign with where they're at, and then but
when do you pick your fights, Councillor Bowman? That's probably the question, isn't it? So
that is it, and that's what I think this has to be, as realistically as we know we're going through the process with the new budget. But we know they're not easy goals. I sometimes speak out and say how hard we are making it, but I will support you in saying we need to apply that pressure, because otherwise we're not going to see the change in any timely fashion.
I think I'll just point everyone to the very last page of the agenda. At the very bottom there is a 10-year forecast, and I guess we obviously talk about it with regards to operating costs being a key issue and pulling that general fund in. But I think the very 25 and 25 of the supplementary agenda. But just to give you an idea exactly what our movement in rates and utilities charges is this financial year, the bottom line figure there is a net 9.3%, and I think that is before what was proposed in BR2, which was an additional 1.3 million in rates. So and then apparently not getting better next year, but somehow it's all going to magically fix itself after that. So so I think as I said, I think mechanically, team, I understand that the predicament you need to get this going, but as I said, I think the strategic intent isn't being captured there at the moment. So. That's right.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Just how we've got to this point, I suppose, Mr. Mayor. Look, last week, we generally do an agenda review, and that took 6 hours. Like, it was just ridiculous. And we're here today rearranging reports, and I just thought, what's the point of having these agenda reviews if we're still sitting here and no one has any idea what's going on? Like, so just for that fact alone, and I'd never pretend that I'm the greatest finance person, but yeah, I just, there's something wrong, I think. Like, yeah, probably, that's right, Andy.
I think it's difficult on all of us, but there's legislation that says we can only get an agenda 24 hours before it goes public. That's the difficult thing, and I know we get updates and briefing things along the way, but there's some reports that only come to us 24 hours, before an agenda is released, and that's the legislative timeframe. We can't change it around this table, and we have worked since the CEO got here. The agendas used to come to councillors on a Friday afternoon to be released to the public on a Monday because it's business days, but now we get them out to the public a week beforehand, which I think is a lot more transparent, a lot more beneficial for people who have items of interest in the agendas to be aware of what's coming up in the meeting ahead. So I support that, but the legislation can't change how short we have it, and it's very difficult for all of us. We get that agenda that day and we've got to have tried to get across hundreds of pages by the next day. But that agenda review, and I question this too, we all take in information differently. It does allow us to ask questions, seek responses that aren't always available right there, and within that week that the agenda is public, get the answers, do the further research, read things in more detail. So it's not perfect, and I think the thing was that the questions that were raised, in the agenda review was something that could not be fixed by time it went public. So the officers have every right to take something away, and that's why it came back as a supplementary agenda. We only got it 4:30 yesterday, and it's the same thing that we've got to do this on our feet. But
So probably a couple of things. The first one is we have a budget. It's an adopted budget. We're working through it. We do a lot of manoeuvring during the process. The BR2 is actually a snapshot back at December. We're a long way on, and I take the point that BR2s, if we're going to introduce them, should be very close to when we actually do them rather than 3 months later. We realised in the last period of time that the most important thing for the changes and the biggest and most significant changes were in the capital program, and therefore that's why we believe that should be before you today, and we have voted on that to see some of those major movements. The operational program, we are still doing quite significant work behind the scenes to actually try and address some of the elements. I know you're saying it's not coming through in the numbers yet. Obviously, we are continuing to work in that process to find those savings and efficiencies. In some cases, we are introducing components which make savings in the coming years. In some cases, it's actually holding certain payments. So, yes, I take your point in relation to it, but that's why we put forward just the capital program primarily this time, because that's the most important, and they are the most significant changes that we're making.
Follow Councillor Finlay?
Any good, Mr. Mayor?
Okay. The motion that Council resolved to adopt the amended operational budget and associated operational reserve transfers, I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is lost unanimously. Okay, we'll keep things moving, everyone. Moving to agenda item 12, which brings us to confidential matters. Does any councillor wish to declare any conflicts of interest for any of the following reports listed in confidential business for the closed part of the meeting? Councillor Finlay.
Yeah, Mayor. Item 12.1, donation on rates and services, Consul, Scotland Community Kindergarten. The applicant is a client of SBB Partners, to which I am employee and manager of.
Describe and we'll leave the room for that item. Anything further, Councillor? No. Clifford? Okay, can I please have a mover, Councillor Clifford, and seconder, Councillor Simpson, for Council to close the meeting to the public in accordance with Section 254J of the Local Government Regulations 2012 for closed meetings for the purpose of discussing the following items and the reasons for going into closed public session. Report item 12.1, donation on rates and services, applications to be reviewed. Item 12.2, the ramped up event, a matter the local government is required to keep confidential under a law of or formal arrangement with the Commonwealth of State. Item 12.3, commercial land leasing opportunity, negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would likely prejudice the interests of the local government. And item 12.4, major events sponsorships panel recommendation competitive round 1 2026. A matter the local government is required to keep confidential under a law of or formal arrangement with the Commonwealth of the State. I put that to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously, and we'll close the meeting to the public at 11:33 a.m. Everyone's all good? So you let me know when you're ready, Max. You good? Sorry, Taylor. I'm having it's sort of, you're not quite in my field of view here, so. So can I please have a mover and seconder to return from confidential business? Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Bowman. The council reopen the meeting to the general public at 12:08 p.m. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving on to our first of our confidential report items, 12.1, donations on rates and charges. Councillor Finlay.
Prescribed conflict of interest.
Councillor Finlay's already declared prescribed conflict of interest prior to going into confidential and is leaving the room. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to move to approve this one, please. If I can have a seconder.
Do I have any seconders? Second, Councillor Collins.
If I could just say, Mr. Mayor, there is only one community kindergarten in Collinsville and Scottsville. So this is my reasoning as to why. And in the past, over the last couple of years, there was no daycare centre, and I know that it took many years and a lot of effort and work and resources to start up, and I would hate to see anything happen to this kindergarten, and that's why I'd like to support it.
Okay, can you just scroll up for me a little bit, please, there? Okay, so the motion in accordance with strategic policy, donations on rates and charges for non-for-profit organisations. It is amended recommendations. Council approve the request from Collinsville Scottsville Community Kindergarten to authorise a payment donation of the rates and service charges to the applicant for the 25-26 rating period due to the ability. I'm not going to change that one there, yeah. Due to the ability of the organisation to meet the annual rates payment. I think we could just probably remove that last line for the moment. Okay, thank you. I put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is lost 2-4.
Please have a division.
Councillor Wright has requested division. For the motion, Councillor Wright, Councillor Collins. Against the motion, Councillor Collins, Councillor Simpson, Bowman and Clifford.
Do we have to say Councillor Finlay was out of the room?
Yeah. I just want to include that as a note. Yeah, Councillor. Yeah. All good? I guess would you let Councillor Finlay back in, please?
We need to have one of those little red lights.
Oh yes, we do. We need to go back. Hang on 1 second. Hang on.
Not allowed in the public area either.
Okay, so we're returning to the original motion.
Yep.
To approve the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Simpson moved the original recommendation to refuse. Second, Councillor Clifford.
Yeah.
So we're going back to the original motion. Simpson and Clifford. Motion in accordance with the strategic policy. Donations on rates and charges for non-for-profit organisations. Recommendation that Council decline the request from the Collinsville and Scottville Community Kindergarten to authorise payment of donation on rates and service charges to the applicant for the 25-26 period due to the ability of the organisation to meet the annual rates payment. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 4-2.
Can I have a division on that too,
Yep.
please?
We'll record the division as per above, except in reverse, being for the motion. Myself, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Clifford, and against the motion, Councillor Wright. And Councillor Finlay returned to the room at 12:13 p.m. Councillor Finlay, the motion was lost. Okay, moving on to item number 12.2. When you're ready. So item number 12.2, move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Clifford. The motion that Council rescind the previously approved financial sponsorship for the 2026 ramped up event as approved at the Ordinary Council meeting of 29 January 2025. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item 12.3, commercial land leasing opportunity. Move Councillor Collins, second Councillor Clifford. The motion that Council endorse a proposed commercial lease of approximately 1,500 square kilometres of airside land at Whitsunday Coast Airport, located adjacent to taxiway Charlie, for the development and operation of an aircraft maintenance facility in accordance with the terms outlined in the report, and delegate, there should be two, delegate, point two should be yes, delegate authority to the CEO to negotiate and execute a lease between Whitsunday Regional Council and Chris Aircraft Maintenance. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving on to item 12.4, major event sponsorships panel recommendation, competitive one. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Wright. The motion that Council endorse the funding applications for round one of the 25-26 financial year major events and conferences sponsorship program as outlined in the panel assessment summary, and authorise the CEO to enter into funding agreement with the successful applicants: Ely Beach Festival of Music, Vikings Cup 10s Junior Rugby, Don River Dash, Ely Beach Triathlon, Ely Beach Marathon, and also unsuccessful applications: Bowen Polo Cross, Queensland Track Championships, and SIYC Rendezvous Shag Inlet. Put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 6-1. Okay, moving to item number 13, matters of importance. Does any council wish to raise any matters of importance? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Just in regards to the Yasso Point master plan, it's turned into a master plan, but yeah, I'd just like to see if we possibly could to bring that back to council before the budget, just because we're looking at putting some money in there to do some work, but we haven't even adopted the design of that area. So if we can, and look, I'm only really wanting just what the community has sort of asked for initially, and that was to do up the turnaround area, the boat ramp area where Yasso Point is. And yeah, look, we did have the Yasso family down there. They did make comments and put forward their ideas. There was residents that lived along there that also contributed, and it has gone out to community consultation as well. So I'd just really like to see that come back to council, and then at least then if we do want to adopt a master plan to include the whole area, we can do that down the track, but really want to get something moving with that Yasso Point area, please.
Anything further? You happy to take that one, Mr. CEO?
I apologise for putting Matt Junior on the spot, Mayor, but I've had a few inquiries in regards to a development that's happening on the highway out here behind the residence in Sparla Drive. And I'd just like Matt to give us a bit of an update on it and see what's happening with it, please. So. hopefully it'll satisfy everyone's curiosity and put all the councillors on, let them in the know, so, because I know a couple of others have asked about it, so.
Thank you.
Report, please.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, there is a Containers for Change development that has commenced at the subject property. The history of the property is it did receive a preliminary approval to rezone the property from residential to industrial around 2020. What that's provided is the ability for certain uses to go in without the need to actually get planning permission from council. We're aware from residents in the area that there are concerns around the noise and other amenity considerations for the use of Containers for Change going in there. So we're wanting to work with those residents to hear their concerns, and if council needs to take compliance action, we'll go through the necessary process of doing so.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. The one down at Cannonvale only operates Monday to Friday, sort of during business hours and Saturday morning. So is that what we understand is going to happen here?
We're still making our inquiries with the operation that is occurring, hours of operation and other things, how much is actually going through the facility as well. So we're now that it's become known to officers, working through our inquiries into it.
Thanks.
Anything further? Councillor Simpson.
I'd like using that as importance, but after 6 years as being a councillor, many years ago we used to have traffic advisory committees, speed review committees, and get numerous complaints about different sections of our roads, and just lately speed reviews, like lots of local roads, just rural residential roads, but major roads like Gregory, Cannon Valley and other ones. I think, if we're here for strategic direction, I think councillors should be involved in some of this public consultation stuff that goes on. Just the last couple of years it seems to have dropped off the radar, and I don't know if there's anything we can do, but it would be good if we could, maybe once a year have TMR here or something to try and go through some of our issues.
So I think, are you talking to sort of more local roads, Councillor Simpson?
Yeah, well, Gregory Cannon Valley, for instance, State Road, and then I'll throw things like Gloucester Avenue in, and Sugarloaf Road, Conway Road. Lots of, I've had people in small roads like Gillies Road where there might only be 20 blocks. If the road isn't signed 60 or 50 or 80, whatever, it's automatically 100 kilometres an hour speed limit, is that right? Yeah, so yeah.
Last time we went past.
Yeah. So I think it's important that we have a look at, sometimes we get numerous complaints about one section of road. We put a CRM in and it doesn't seem to go anywhere. I don't want to ask people to put in a petition and lodge it. That seems to be the only way we'll get traction nowadays.
Can you comment on that, Director Gary, as far as...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your question, Councillor Simpson. So in relation to Speed Review Committee, that operates effectively in the background. So the Speed Review Committee is made up of a council representative, a TMR representative, and a Queensland Police Service representative. So that's still happening. Generally, it's done via email. The council officer. So if we get a request for a reduction in speed limit, it's assessed, and if there's a need to engage with the Speed Review Committee, that work happens. In relation to a Traffic Advisory Committee, they've disappeared to a large degree across Queensland. There's nothing in the statute. You're required to have a Speed Review Committee process. You're not required to have a Traffic Committee. TMR used to support traffic committees via some funding support for secretarial, and used to effectively chair the meetings. That funding support from TMR was withdrawn about 2 to 3 years ago, and a lot of the traffic advisory committees fell over. I don't know the history to the one here at Whitsunday, but certainly hasn't been in operation. Yeah, so you're not required to have a traffic advisory committee, but you are required to have a speed review process for the purposes of considering speed limits. So if there's a desire for council to either be advised or be involved, because we get requests for review of speed limits all the time, and they're handled at officer level in accordance with the with road safety processes and speed setting guidance material that's available, whether it be Australian standards, Austroads guides or TMR guides. So that's how we apply them, and we also apply our our road hierarchy in relation to the functionality of the roads. There's a range of things we look at, but if there's a desire for council to be either involved or advised of outcomes or advised of applications, we can improve our information provision. It depends on what council wants to do, Mr. Mayor.
Maybe if Mayor or one of the councillors was sat on the committee, maybe, or just have some local knowledge.
Yeah.
We used to be.
Councillor Clifford, you got some insight there?
Yeah, we used to be. Former Mayor Whitney and myself used to be on it, and I think they got the, what's with us carrying on about Hamilton Plains. So they then decided not to communicate at that level anymore.
Mr. Matt, thank you. I think the community's had a long history of involvement around here. You've made roundabouts, but if you look, the pre-GFC boom, community, TMR, council came together, created the Whitsunday Way vision statement, 20-year plan for Shute Harbour Road. Here we sit today. So, let's make plans, but if that's not supported and followed, and as far as I can find out, that's current policy. It was up 5 years ago for an update.
We're talking about speed.
Yeah, what
speeds
were
here
we
at the
on about
moment.
here?
No, but what I'm saying is, we can put these visions together and we can advocate for what our local knowledge can do. And I thought included Councillor Simpson recently in a response from a resident who's really concerned about the intersection and their children catching, standing on the side of a road in 100 kilometres an hour zone waiting for a school bus. So I understand those concerns. But it has happened before, it can happen again, where we can come together and work to try and get a combined vision for our region. Let's just hope it.
I'm happy to take that one as an action, given I am the chair of the Regional Roads and Transport Group as well. But I know it's a separate function, but it could be a starting point for the discussion with TMR. I would think. I think my observation with TMR is look, they're obviously experts in their field, but they're also doing it from afar, so that they do rely on that local knowledge by and large around some of these things. So yeah, I'm happy to have a work with Director Gary to see if we can get an improved input into that. So
Maybe just to be clear, there is a statutory process for setting speed limits and a whole set of guidance material. That's the challenge for council these days. Is whilst council's views can be taken on board, the outcome is that the standards, the guidance material is generally required to be followed. But in relation to the Traffic Advisory Committee, I've only had experience again, Queensland legislation different than New South Wales. New South Wales still provides for a traffic committee. Queensland legislation doesn't. So it'll be more of an advisory process. You have to resource that. So if council's going to drive that, TMR will say we'll participate as long as council meets all the costs. There is a fair administrative burden, in my experience, to managing a traffic advisory committee. So it's around what does that look like. And there is a significant administrative burden on managing, because what will happen normally is that government agencies, health, ambulance, everyone will want to get involved in those committees, and most of the actions, even though there might be a TMR decision to be made, will fall on council to administer and manage, and it does become really, really burdensome in relation to staff resources to manage. I've seen traffic advisory committee action lists running to 200 and 300 actions with no resourcing. That's the challenge. Is if there's stuff you want to focus on, absolutely happy to focus. If there's desire to have more visibility of speed reviews, really happy to have council involved. Traffic advisory committee need to be really clear on what the scope is before we jump, because it can be particularly problematic.
yeah, I think probably what's being captured here by Councillor Simpson is really just some improved transparency with regards to genuine issues that are made by people that live in the area, on the ground, in the community, and how those are actually actioned through a process, regardless of what it is. Yeah, Councillor Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gary, how far away from an intersection is the speed sign supposed to be? So it's not that I only see this, but you've got Shute Harbour Road out at Mandalay Jubilee Pocket, and then you've got Mandalay Road. It's 80 kilometres an hour along Shute Harbour Road, and then the 60 sign is way back into Mandalay Road. and I've noticed in some other places that they've actually painted the road red with a 60 or a 50 or whatever it happens to be. I just don't know, because if you don't know, I mean, I've seen cars come around there and end up in the ditch because they've been going so fast.
Do you want to take that on notice, maybe?
Yeah, I notice it's fine. I just
Yes, the easy answer is that if there's an entry awareness marking on the road, generally speaking, the 60k sign should be located adjacent to the pavement marking. So if the physical sign needs to be moved back to that location, in relation to that distance, it's effectively where the speed has been recommended for change. So
it should be at that.
And through Mr. Mann, not necessarily Councillor Tippett. So again, if it's been assessed and the speed is deemed to be required to be reduced from 80 to 60 to point along that road, that's the history of it. If there's a need for review of speed, which is speed review process, to see whether or not the speed should be reduced from the intersection for the entire length of a road, that's the process.
It's not just that particular street, it's just the one that I drive up and down all the time.
Just in regards to the Traffic Advisory Committee, I just had a quick search. Earlier on in the 2 terms ago, actually, every quarter we met, there was 3 representatives from TMR, policemen from Proserpine, policemen from Bowen. All councillors were invited. Also, there was 3 engineers from the council. The committee, so we used to a lot of the good decisions were made back then in regard to, in particular, to the speed limits around just north of Bowen there, you know. So yeah, we were told back then that Main Road's job is to get people from point A to point B as soon as they can. Yet they won't clean the creeks out here. So
I think that local knowledge is a key point, Gary, and taking nothing away from anyone, but we obviously we go through we get new people into new roles. So TMR's making decisions from largely from afar. New people in new roles, and similar with QPS. Like even our senior sergeants here are blow-ins by all accounts. You know, they've been in the region less than 12 months. So I think being able to tap into that community knowledge, as I said, particularly like an area like Hideaway Bay, which I think is the one you're referring to, Councillor.
Oh, yeah, there's news like the place at Lady at Gregory Cannon Valley Road. There's been some major mishaps, very lucky escapes on Gregory Cannon Valley Road. It's 100 kilometres an hour, and there's residential bus stops all the way along.
It's sort of counterintuitive. You know, maybe not opening yourself up enough to that information, but then relying on things like black spot data to drive our investment decisions. It's a reactive, proactive approach, you know. So, all right. Anything further? Okay. All said and done. I'll declare the meeting closed at 12:30 p.m. on the dot. 12:30 p.m. on the dot. Thank you everyone for your attendance.